en español, a favor de presionar el enlace en la parte baja de la pantalla que dice en inglés interpretation. Muchas gracias. And with that, I will call this meeting to order. Dr. Yarborough, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And before we start, I just want to propose a change to the agenda. So I will make a motion to, a motion to amend the agenda to add a new item, which is to, it's a motion to adopt a resolution supporting the City of New Haven mask requirements. And we can discuss that once it's seconded. Second. Mr. Wilcox.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. This was an item that we were going to, it's one of the executive session items, but we're moving it to the regular portion of the meeting, the open portion of the meeting. We have Director Maritza Bond to give us some information, and we also should have Attorney Antonetti from Shipman and Goodwin. Is she on? There she is. Who will also help us in this discussion.
Madam President, may I make a suggestion?
Mayor, go ahead.
That maybe we vote if the Board of Ed members are willing to add the item to the agenda now, allow for public participation as we usually do, and then we can later discuss the content of the proposal.
So the reason why we moved it before public participation is that Ms. Bond needs to leave to a different meeting.
Oh, okay.
So that's why we moved it up before the public participation.
Okay, no problem.
Any other discussion, Mr. Wilcox?
We certainly could leave, add to the agenda the reports from these individuals, which will be very useful, but I like the idea of waiting until after public participation to let other people speak on the item as well. So, so I guess what I would say is if we vote to add the item to the agenda and a motion can be done later because it's already on the agenda and the board president has the ability to move things around on an agenda. So I like the idea of public participation coming before we vote.
Before the vote, yes, but the discussion before so that Ms. Bond, Director Bond can make her other reading.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
You hear the reports, especially because our attorney, I would assume also is costing us money to be here, and I'm very happy to have the advice, but yeah, thank you.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Any other discussion, Attorney Alexiadis?
Well, I would suggest that Attorney Antonetti participate or be available during the discussion, as will I, to be able to answer any questions the board members may have during the discussion. That's not really a report from her, although she may have some things to say at the outset. But so where you conduct that discussion and vote is, that's the board's discretion. But personally, I would want Attorney Antonetti to be there for that discussion. So if the idea is to have the discussion, the discussion after the public comment, then I would ask that Attorney Antonetti be there for that discussion.
Okay.
So
thank you, Attorney Alexiadis. Any other discussion? Okay, so we will then vote to add the new item to the agenda. Mr. Wilcox?
Yes.
Dr. Benitez?
Yes.
Dr. Yarborough?
Yes.
Ms. Roman?
Yes.
Mr. Fiore? Is Mr. Fiore still on? No, don't see him. Okay, Mayor Elicker?
Yes, Mr. Fiore just reconnected.
Sorry, I got disconnected.
Mr. Fiore, we were voting on adding the item to the agenda.
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. And I'm a yes as well, and so that item has been added to the agenda. Director Bond?
Good evening. Thank you for the invitation to be here to give an update on where we are with our surveillance and monitoring of COVID-19. It's my hope to just provide some information and then, of course, leave it up to the board to be able to take the recommendations as set forth by the health department. As always, it is a great pleasure to be able to partner with the Board of Ed on our efforts to ensure the health and safety of our residents and staff. What I would like to share just is a brief situational awareness, where we are with the variants of concern. And as you know, the Department of Public Health issued a school guidance last week. So I'm going to briefly talk all about that and just briefly talk about our recommendations from the executive order. So what we do is we look at the positivity rate from a daily rate, but looking at the community level, we have been assessing what our weekly numbers look like. So what you see in front of you is our daily positivity rate. On an average, we're seeing 12 cases per 100,000. On our positivity rate is 2.5%, and hospitalization currently at the 42, those individuals with the capacity of 74% of ICU beds. These are all trending down in comparison to where we were in January. When we look at our wastewater data, we're seeing about 5 cases per 100,000 in the last report. This is all good news, as we are now sort of seeing a downward trend of positivity cases from our Omicron variant that we had witnessed and experienced, unfortunately, back in January. However, when we look at our vaccination rates, we are still in the lower percentages in the city of New Haven. I will talk a little bit about where we are as a local city, and then I'll talk about how we compare with other surrounding cities. So for age groups, age 5 to 11, those receiving at least one vaccination are at 30%, and those with a second dose at 23%. Ages 12 to 17 is first dose 63%, and second dose 55%. And so right now, total rate for 5 to 17, first dose is averaging 46%, and second dose at 38%. When we do a comparison to surrounding cities, because you can see the illustration in front of you, we're ranking really low in comparison to most cities, with the exception of West Haven for ages 5 to 11, as well as New Haven. With Hamden, North Haven, West Haven, we're in comparison to Woodbridge, we're all lagging behind in comparison to Woodbridge. But just representative of the county, just wanted to be able to paint a picture of where we are with vaccination rates. And it's important to highlight the vaccination rates, because we know that vaccinations are able to reduce the level of breakthrough cases as far as symptomatic and severity of the disease, meaning the burden of the disease when vaccinated, and hospitalizations. And with the vaccination rates being so low, it is concerning when we have the largest district in Connecticut. We also have to have considerations for high-risk students within the district. What you see in front of you are the common medical conditions and the acuity levels that we assess for our school nurses within the district. So what you see in front of you are the medical conditions such as asthma, diabetes, both type 1 and 2, life-threatening food allergies, and it accounts for the different averages within the district on your right side of the illustration. And so for us, we don't take this lightly. We want to make sure that we are taking into consideration the acuity levels throughout the district, so that we can make sure everyone is safe. We work closely with our school administrators and the Board of Ed administration at the 54 Meadow Street to talk and walk through a lot of this information. As you know, we are also closely monitoring, doing surveillance and monitoring of BA2. We call it Omicron's cousin. And currently, while we are not seeing that there is a trending up in cases, we're still concerned because we have identified at least 32 cases in Connecticut. And what we do know in comparison to other countries is that Omicron BA2 is highly contagious. It is spreading across the United States and currently responsible for 4% of the cases nationwide. And it can infect individuals who previously just had Omicron. As far as the Connecticut issued the DPH considerations, one of the considerations that the Connecticut Department of Public Health issued is changing to a local community district data model. What this means is that it's asking local cities and towns to really review where the severity of the disease is at the local level, meaning where the cases and hospitalization and the impact of the healthcare system lies at the community level, which is our city in New Haven, or within our county, respectively. And what we look at is vaccination status, which I just shared, as well as looking at high-risk students, which I just shared, and also contingency plans on surges and outbreaks. And as you know, the city of New Haven have worked diligently on making sure that rapid test is readily available, as well as masks for the community, and also looking to further expand that effort. We routine strategies take into consideration not just vaccination, but isolation guidelines and making sure that they're still being adhered, quarantine guidance, recommending prevention strategies, and reporting the cases to the State Department of Public Health will continue. We continue to work closely on any cases or clusters of cases with the Board of Ed as a way to partner. Again, universal masking policy for students and staff is dependent on the community level data and where we lie with our vaccination rates and our severity of disease. And also recommendation of cohorting is still recommended in general so that we can be able to limit exposure to others. And also limiting outside visitors to the school is still a recommendation in the guidance to try to reduce risk of exposure that is not necessary. And then notification, of course, is still a recommended strategy, as that is the most effective way to try to isolate and quarantine and try to mitigate. And then lastly, what I want to share here is making sure that we're still keeping spacing, ventilation, cleaning, and communication measures all in place to ensure that we can have control and mitigating COVID-19 in our respective schools. So mask continues to be the most effective way to reduce disease. As you know, there's different filtrations of masks and recommendations that we have set forth and are available on our COVID-19 hub page for the city of New Haven. So in closing, our recommendations are that we continue the mask mandate until the unforeseeable future due to the low vaccination rates within our adolescents compared to surrounding towns, significant percent of high-risk students in the district at 40%. And also lastly, masks have been shown to be an effective way to be able to prevent another surge. And lastly, as I close out, ongoing surveillance and monitor continues, and we will continue to share that information with the district respectfully and the mayor as needed. And with that, I want to thank you for your time. And I don't know, I can yield the floor back to the chair. I don't know if there's any questions that individuals may have at this time.
Are there questions for Director Bond before she leaves? No questions?
Thank you. I want to thank the community for staying safe, and I look forward to attending a future meeting.
Thank you, Director Bond.
Thank you.
Okay, and so we can move on to public participation and then come back towards the rest of the discussion around the mask mandates and the vote. Dr. White,
Who are you assigning to be timekeeper?
Mr. Wilcox, he raised his hand, so volunteered. Thank you.
Okay, I'm recognizing two hands at this time. First up is Theresa Johnson. Ms. Johnson, you may speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good evening. As a parent, I am just very concerned with what I am seeing on these videos, various fights, literally almost at every single school. And I don't really understand the district's position when it comes to security and the safety of our children. I've been on a couple of meetings where it's been said that security officers can't touch the children, teachers can't break up fights. And I'm just not sure what is supposed to happen and how are our children supposed to remain safe if the adults that are present cannot or are not trained or equipped to handle our children. How do they have time to call police officers in for incidents? By the time you call someone to come on site for this situation, someone's already been hurt. And it is very disturbing to me. I am seeing children getting their heads banged on, and I don't know if y'all see it. And I don't know how you can't, because the videos are all over. So my concern is that, and then how is it that when teachers are trying to help, they're being arrested? And I'm sure that's a whole different conversation. That is, but it's very concerning as a parent. And I'm not really seeing the level of security in these schools. There's some very big schools with just one officer or a security guard in place, but the security guard can't do anything. And then, I am also concerned with the continued slip of the tongues, the N-word being used on a regular basis. I understand there was a protest at co-op. I spoke to a couple of children at co-op. They do not even feel that they have been heard or taken serious. And I feel something needs to be done. And I'm not really feeling fuzzy and warm about either situation. So if we could get as a parent, if we can get some guidance or some more understanding of how these types of situations are being handled, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathy Gonzalez.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight. I want to talk a little bit about New Haven Public Schools and what they've done to my son. He's done for my son, excuse me. He's had an incredible kindergarten experience. And I just want to share the majority of the credit I give for his amazing experience is 3 people at Nathan Hale School. His kindergarten teacher is Mindy Canalori. She's incredible. The paraprofessional in his classroom is Lucy. She's amazing. And then he's a part of an amazing after-school program called the High Flyers, run by Kelly DeLucia. And my shy, quiet son, he's making so much progress, both academically and socially. So first off, thank you to staff at Nathan Hale. I also want to say that he attended the Winter Fun Camp last week at FAME, and our family can't thank the board enough for supporting a program where my son felt safe, loved, and enriched. And I really hope that there are plans for similar activities in the future. And while I wholeheartedly believe in giving credit where credit is due, I want to go back to our experience at the February Fun Camp. So my 5-year-old son, he's anxious and he's slow to warm up in general. And FAME was a new building, and he was going to be surrounded by all new people, none of his classmates, none of his teachers, nobody who was a familiar face. I want to credit the fact that Fun Camp staff allowed parents to walk into the building so that my son and so many others could have a positive transition experience. As a parent, I've never had the opportunity to enter in Nathan Hale School for anything related to my son's education. And on that note, I truly feel that as a district, we need to begin lifting COVID restrictions. I heard the science, I saw the presentation, I looked at the numbers regarding vaccination rates. But one question I have is, how are these vaccination rates being recorded? Because I know my son was vaccinated and that information was only shared with the school once he tested positive for COVID. Nobody asked me if he was vaccinated. Nobody asked me to present a card. So I question the accuracy of these numbers of vaccine rates if parents aren't invited to share this data with school systems. I'm concerned about social well-being, I'm concerned about emotional well-being, and I'm concerned about speech deficiencies, that these are things that are issues in our district now with the mask wearing. And I really think that we need to start removing some of those things. Let adults back in the building, let parents be a part of the classroom community, have more events for families, and give these kids a chance to breathe, a chance to smile, and a chance to see what their teachers actually look like. Thank you for the opportunity tonight, and thank you for all that you do.
Madam President, that concludes the hands raised.
Okay, thank you, Dr. White and Mr. Wilcox. So we will go back to the discussion on the mask mandates. Attorney Antonetti, if you could lead or start the discussion with just explaining the memo that was circulated by Attorney Mooney.
Absolutely. So good evening, everyone. It's nice to see you. As we all know, there's been a sea change in the past month or so regarding the rules regarding mask requirements in the state of Connecticut and really across the nation. So the first thing I wanted to do is kind of give you a lay of the land and what the legal landscape is right now, which, as we know, can always change. Hold
on, Attorney Antonetti. Attorney Alexiadis?
Attorney Antonetti may be getting to this, but we need, and I'll defer to her, but we need to discuss the privilege issue.
Yep, that was my next comment. Thank you so much. So as you know, the board did receive an attorney-client privilege communication from Attorney Mooney, and if the board wants to retain that privilege, then anything I discuss here regarding that legal advice, we would have to do that in executive session and discuss that communication in executive session upon proper board vote. So before I start going into my understanding is that there may be some desire to move this to public discussion, but if not, we would have to have this in executive session in order to maintain that privilege. So I just want to make sure that the board is clear on that before we proceed any farther.
Are we all clear on that? Mayor Alliger?
I just encourage us to have an open discussion about this. I think the legal questions overall are not terribly complicated, and it's important for the board to have this conversation in public.
Any other board member want to chime in on that? Have questions? Okay.
Just one other thing for your consideration. So there are various sources of authority about this. So it is slightly complicated, and it's also something that continues to change. So if we want to talk generally about the legal landscape now, the board should also, understand that that might change in the future. And that's also something, if you want to discuss an executive session, it's to keep in mind. But if we do this in public session, then obviously it will be public information, and the privilege as to this discussion would be waived.
Thank you. Mr. Wilcox and then Attorney Alexiadis.
Yeah, may I add on the privilege, Madam President?
Yes.
that the board can receive legal advice from me or from Attorney Antonetti without necessarily waiving the privilege on Attorney Mooney's letter to the board.
Okay.
So it's a question, that was the grounds for executive session
Mhm.
as one of the exemptions is to avoid revealing a written attorney-client privilege communication. However, we can still talk about the legal landscape without necessarily revealing the advice in the letter. But if you want to
Thank
talk
you,
about the letter, that really, that would be a waiver unless it occurs in executive session.
Thank you, Attorney Alexiadis. Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, I think one way to approach this is to, back in from the end result, which is, are we going to continue having mask mandates in New Haven public schools for now? And so that's certainly something that I support. So based on the information that was presented by Director Bond, and public health system has access to the vaccination records from the vaccinator, the people doing the vaccinations, so it doesn't have to be relied on people reporting that information. It's done by the public health system has access to all the information of when the vaccines are given and where and so on. So I feel pretty confident in those numbers, having some familiarity with that, having worked at a public health school for more than a decade. So so I guess it's understanding that there's legal things behind this. If the intention of the board is to continue this on for now and maybe revisit this at our next meeting in 2 weeks, then we might not need to have a lot of legal analysis. If the intention of the board was to go against the city's recommendation or the city or the mayor's executive orders, then that would be grounds to have all this legal discussion. So I don't think, personally, that's not where I'm going. So I don't know that I need to have a huge amount of legal discussion, seeing as how it's pretty clear that this board has the ability to continue a mask mandate if we choose to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Fury?
I will just like to say that no matter what we choose to do tonight, the students overall feel the need of much clarification on everything going on, statewide, citywide, to factor in on what we decide to do tonight. That I think the faster we have clarification for the rules, the better.
So maybe just a general discussion, Attorney Antonetti, without waiving the privilege, I guess, for now, and then we can go and if we need to discuss it in executive session, I guess we can move to do that.
All right, so I'll give kind of a walkthrough of what the new landscape is out there, and then we can go from there if that makes sense. So as just to start kind of big picture, on February 15th of this year, Governor Lamont's authority to issue emergency orders related to the COVID-19 pandemic expired, and instead, on or around that date, he's signed into law Special Act 22-1, the first of this legislative session. And that kind of provides the legal framework for COVID-19 related rules moving forward, including regarding masks. So Special Act 2022-1 refers to and extends several different sources of authority regarding masks and health and safety protocols. It has various timelines depending on the source of authority, and it doesn't have a real clear hierarchy of authority, but it's important that boards of education and municipalities and local health departments work together and consult when making these important decisions going forward. So regarding the State Department of Ed and the State Department of Public Health, the new law extends until June 30th of this year the authority of the Commissioner of Education and the Commissioner of Early Childhood in consultation with the Commissioner of Public Health to issue binding guidance and rules for the operation of schools related to COVID-19. So up until June 30th, the State Department of Ed and DPH retain that authority, the same as they did under the executive order, under Executive Order 9-1 and Section 13A. The new law prohibited those commissioners from rescinding the statewide mask mandate in schools before today. And State Department of Ed and Department of Public Health have made clear that they no longer require universal masking on a statewide level effective today. But they do retain the authority to reinstitute their mask mandates at any point up until June 30th. They also retain the authority to make other health and safety rules up until June 30th for schools. Right now, like I said, they've made it clear that effective today, they have, as Director Bond discussed, have issued a number of considerations for local leaders to take into account, but those mask rules are now in the hands of local leaders. So that was how how Special Act 22-1 addressed SDE and DPH authority. It also addressed municipal authority, and it stated that Executive Order 13A, to the extent it wasn't addressed elsewhere in the Act, meaning how it was addressed by the State Department of Ed and Department of Public Health for mask wearing, that those sections of that order remain in effect until April 15th of this year. And part of Executive Order 13A said that municipal authorities pursuant to a state law, specifically Connecticut General Statute 28-8A, were allowed to require masks or face coverings in indoor settings, whether or not individuals were vaccinated. So under Special Act 22-1, municipalities retain that authority at least until April 15th. The statute also, independent of any of this pandemic authority, it also authorizes the chief executive officer of a municipality in which a major disaster or emergency occurs to take the action that officer deems necessary to mitigate the emergency. An emergency is defined in the statute as any occasion or instance for which, in the determination of the governor or the president, state or federal assistance is needed to supplement state or local efforts to save lives and protect property. So basically under the new law, at least until April 15th, and perhaps even after that date under the old law, if an emergency as defined by the statute continues to exist, municipalities also have authority in this realm. And then the third source of authority on the local level, besides boards of ed and municipalities, are the local health departments, which even before the pandemic and still now are authorized to make and adopt reasonable rules related to public health within their jurisdictions, as long as those rules don't conflict with state law or regulations. And then overall of this is also what the CDC has been doing, and you may have seen that in the news. Generally speaking, the CDC public health guidance has contained recommendations for all different types of facilities and settings across the nation. There was a CDC order in place which was different from its recommendations, and that was issued pursuant to federal statute and regulation that required masks on school buses. Last Friday, the CDC said that it would no longer require masks on school buses or school vans, but the CDC did make clear that local boards of education and local leaders could still make decisions regarding masks and buses, depending on the conditions in their localities. So the long and short of it is that there's a lot of sources of authority here. Clearly, the Board of Education, in consultation with the municipality, everyone, it seems to me, what I've heard so far, is that the local public health department and the city certainly are in alignment on this, and it seems that the board may also be. And in that instance, the decision can be made by local leaders to require masks, even if they're no longer required at the state level. That's clearly within the board's authority. What happens later on during the pandemic, in a month or 2 months, it will depend on what is happening on the ground at that time, whether the State Department of Ed or the Department of Public Health reinstitutes any rules. It will depend on the time of a decision being made. It will depend on who is trying to make the decision and pursuant to what authority. So it's hard to forecast what the kind of rules of the road or the rules of the game will be a month or 2 months or 3 months out. But right now, that's the lay of the land. And the more I think that localities can work together with their municipalities and health departments and boards of ed to make decisions in the best interest of the school communities, the better. So I hope that kind of gives an overview. I don't know if you have any questions, but that's the current overview. It will be very hard to answer questions moving forward in terms of what might happen later on, because a lot of things can change. And there will be a lot of variables and factors at play, but that's kind of the rules of the road right now.
Thank you, Attorney Antonetti. Are there any questions? Do you have your hand up, or is it just your hand on your glasses? I can't tell. Attorney Alexiadis, go ahead. Sorry.
Hi, thank you, Madam President. I wanted to thank Attorney Antonetti for that excellent summary of a very complicated and confusing bill that was passed. And I also just wanted to point out that that we have an ordinance in the city, 11-24, that with regard to emergency, the city's emergency powers for the mayor and his designee to take appropriate measures to protect the health and safety of, among other things, children in the schools.
Thank you, Attorney Alexiadis. Any questions before we go for the vote or present the motion? Okay. So then if there are no questions, I don't see any hands up. I'm going to just read the motion of BOE resolves to agree with the continuing application to New Haven Public School staff and students of the City of New Haven's emergency orders concerning the mask requirements. And is there a second? Dr. Benitez?
I second.
Thank you, Dr. Benitez. Any discussion? Attorney, I'm sorry. Mr. Fiore.
It's okay. I just want to say, as a student and as someone who actually works with children, I work with 9 and 10-year-olds. In general, I think students are actually very, very comfortable in masks. And I do say in general, because obviously I'm not able to talk with every student. But from what I've seen, students are okay with mask mandate. And actually, when there were rumors that we weren't going to have mask mandates in schools, again, it was my experience that students were almost afraid not to have them. They almost didn't feel safe, especially in this time. And I think that they also realized that after 1 week of break, that having mask mandates would probably be a smarter choice, lower the chances of infection and such and everything like that. Students feel good about keeping masks in schools. So I feel like if we do vote to keep them in schools, it would be the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fiore. Mr. Wilcox and then Ms. Roman.
Yeah, I do agree with my colleague there and think that it's good to provide some clarity here for everybody. Certainly am tired of wearing masks myself in various places, but I'm still going to be wearing them. I work at Quinnipiac University with very high vaccination rates, up well into the 90s for all staff and on-campus students. And we're adjusting our mask mandates, but keeping them in the classroom. And we have a world-class infectious disease expert and I on staff guiding those requirements. And I know that the Board of Health in New Haven has some pretty solid epidemiologists and public health people there. So if we continue this on, I mean, I think on one level it's a little bit moot because the mayor's order would supersede what we would be if we were going to try to go against that or want to go against that. But I do think that having it in place, and then this is something that can be reviewed at any point or at any regularly scheduled meeting. So, you know, for some clarity that for at least the next 2 weeks or even the next month, we're certainly on board with this, and then have further discussion down there after that. Not in any way trying to negate some of the challenges that this brings for staff. I've been hearing about it and seeing it for the year plus that we've been having in-person instruction and people with masks, and been in the schools, and the constant refrain of pointing at the nose, the mask over the nose, that must create a lot of issues. So, and I also understand the research behind and have some personal connections to the idea of covering the face and socialization and things like that. So I understand it's a big challenge, but I also was taking encouragement from the numbers presented about the number of cases in New Haven dropping down so long that I'm hoping that this will be able to remove a mask mandate citywide soon. But be good to see where those numbers are going. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Ms. Roman?
Hi. I personally don't like the mask, but I work at a trampoline park where we don't require masks and people still feel comfortable to wear it. It's just, I feel like right now is just not the time to, not wear masks. Even though we don't require it, everyone still chooses to wear it. I still choose to wear mine. It just makes everyone feel way more comfortable because we're still not unsure about COVID.
Thank you, Ms. Roman. Dr. Tracy and then Mr. Fiore.
No, don't touch anything, just talk. Just talk.
Okay, thank you, Madam President.
Dr. Tracy, let me just say I'm very confused.
Can you hear me?
I see you in two different screens.
I'm doubled up today.
Oh my goodness. Go ahead.
So I too, as a superintendent, I'm in support of keeping the mask mandate in our system for a little while longer. We know we are coming up to a major holiday. Also, even though we've seen the numbers have declined in terms of the school's positivity rates that we have seen, we were out for a week, and so it makes sense keeping it for a little while longer. My question though is, are we giving a time limit to when we will lift this mandate, or is it just continued until June? Is there a time limit? I heard the attorney who said April 15th. Are we sticking to that April 15th? Mayor, I don't know if you want to chime in.
So on the motion, there is no time limit, but it's something we can revisit at our next board meeting and at a board meeting and just reverse it with a vote.
Yes. The mayor raises that.
Mayor Everett?
I just want to respond to that. I think if there's one thing that we've learned from the pandemic, it's that we don't know what's going to happen 2 weeks from now. On any given week over the past 2 years. And so I think that and even 2 weeks ago, people's mindsets around masks were quite different than they are today. So my suggestion is we don't try to restrict ourselves by any particular time limit. As the president suggested, the board is welcome to at any point, at any meeting, revisit this down the road. But I think that it's important for us to follow the guidance of our health department and our local health professionals as we make this decision. And that's certainly what I plan on continuing to do regarding my mask mandate in schools and municipal buildings.
Thank you, Mayor Everett. Mr. Fiore?
I will say the kids I work with, surprisingly, they're good with keeping their mask on. It's actually I think it's a blessing because I don't have to constantly be doing this like teachers. Although sometimes I do that. What I will say though is that, especially as spring comes around the corner, that we should be trying to be more accommodating to students by letting them go outside more. I don't exactly know what that will look like in the classroom and how that affects studying, but I do feel like we need to get some more outside time, especially if we're going to continue the mask mandates.
Thank you, Mr. Fiore. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, we will vote continue the application of the New Haven Public School staff and students of the City of New Haven's emergency order concerning the mask mandate. Dr. Benitez?
Just point of order. I'm not clear. Can you repeat what exactly we're voting on here? And I'm sorry, I had to step out because I had another meeting briefly, so I may have missed it.
So the entire motion is the BOE resolves to agree with the continuing application of the New Haven Public School staff and students of the City of New Haven's emergency orders concerning the mask requirements.
Thank you, Madam
You're
President.
welcome. Sure. Dr. Benitez,
Yes.
Dr. Yarborough,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Ms. Roman,
Yes.
Mr. Fiore,
Yes.
Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
and I'm a yes as well, and so that motion passes. And with that, thank you, Attorney Antonetti, for your presentation.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you for everything you're doing for New Haven Public Schools, everybody. Much
Thank you.
appreciated. Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay. All right, and so we'll move on to the rest of the agenda, which are the action items. The first being approval of the board meeting minutes. They were emailed earlier to the board members. I'm not sure if you all received it and saw it. They weren't included in the packet because the secretary didn't have them out in time.
I missed the minutes.
Okay, Mr. Wilcox, we could probably just do it at the next meeting.
I was also going to say I wasn't able to review the minutes and suggest that we table this till the next meeting.
Right.
That's my suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. So we'll table that for the next meeting, which is the meeting minutes for the February 14th meeting. Next is the personnel report. Dr. Tracy.
Thank you so much, Madam President, and good evening, board. Good evening, everyone who may be listening. Before I actually give the personal report, I want for us as a board to observe a moment of silence for two of our staff members who recently passed. Mr. Paris Lee, our longtime parent supporter, parent liaison. He has worked several years in New Haven, working with Ms. Pappas and Ms. Florence Cordwell on parent activities for New Haven Public School students and parents. Also, Ms. Jamaica Malloy, our social worker. I happened to drop by the wake this morning. Really sad to see these two folks leaving us. But I just want us to obtain a moment of silence for these two individuals. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I now want to present to the board the action items for the personal report. I ask the board accept the personal report.
A motion to accept, Mr. Wilcox.
Yes, I move that we approve the action items of the superintendent's personnel report.
I second.
Thank you, Dr. Benitez. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to approve the action items of the personnel report. Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Dr. Benitez,
Yes.
Dr. Yarborough,
Yes.
Mr. Fiore,
Yes.
Ms. Roman,
Yes.
Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
and I'm a yes as well. So the personnel reports pass. Let's continue, Dr. Tracy, with the other half of your personnel report.
No, oh, the other part is just information only items.
Okay, are there any questions on the information only items for the personnel report? I realize I'm like super dark. Okay, seeing none. We'll move on to the finance and operations. Mr. Wilcox.
All right, thank you. And just as a reminder to everyone that if you would like any items moved separately and not as part of the group, just let me know ahead of time or now. We do have one item I'm going to be asking President Rivera to move because I, as you all know, recuse myself on anything related to Clifford Beers due to my spouse's employment on a federally funded grant project there. So, President Rivera.
I will make the motion to approve amendment number 2, which is the agreement 961082229 with Clifford Beers to decrease funding to $350,000 by $155,963 to $194,37,000 due to starting services later in the year, with no change in funding source or funding account number. For a second.
A second.
Thank you, Dr. Yarborough. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote on agreement number 1, which is the amendment for the Clifford Beers Guidance Clinic. Dr. Benitez,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Recused.
Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
Dr. Yarborough,
Yes.
Ms. Roman,
Yes.
Mr. Fiore,
Yes.
and I'm a yes as well. Please continue, Mr. Wilcox.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead and make a motion, and that is that I move that we approve the remaining, the 2 abstracts, the remaining 4 agreements, the 1 contract and the 1 change order that are outlined as action items and that were recommended for approval by the Finance and Operations Committee.
For a second. I'll second it.
Yeah. Okay.
Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll vote on the remaining FNO items. Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Dr. Benitez,
Yes.
Dr. Yarborough,
Yes.
Ms. Roman,
Yes.
Mr. Fiore,
Yes.
Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
and I'm a yes as well. And so the remaining FNO items pass. Teaching and learning report, Dr. Joyner is not in. Is there anyone that has a report or not at this time?
Not at this time.
No, not at this time, but I just want to let everybody know that the Teaching and Learning Committee has been working on the policies around that. And both Ms. Velasquez and Dr. Joyner are making sure they're preparing the language and what it would need to be completed.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Benitez. Superintendent's report, Dr. Tracy.
Thank you. This thing is running so fast.
President Rivera.
Point of order, Dr. Yarborough had a question or a comment?
Dr. Yarborough.
Just for the student report, are we relocating that?
Oh, I missed it. So I switched to the next
I
page
appreciate
after
that.
the finance and operations. Thank you. Let's do the students report first, Dr. Tracy. We'll come back to you.
Okay, that's okay.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that again. I apologize in advance because I have a very long list of things to get through. First things first, water. So in some schools, we see the beginnings of them being installed, which I'm very happy about. We still don't have access to them. A lot of them are still not hooked up. Also, specifically in my school, HSC, for 300 students, we're only getting 1, it appears. which seems like an oversight, and I feel like that should be looked into more. Next, moldy food in schools. You know what? I don't want to go in list. I was wondering. I have a question about the water. What is the protocol for how many water bottle dispensers per school? Is it one per school? Is it based on how many people are in the school? I just have questions about that.
Mr. Lamb?
Mr. Lamb?
That was a budget number that was created by Phil Penn before I came on board. It was based on 1 unit per school.
Okay, thank you. And also, I do want to say that it's not hooked up to any electricity, and that is also a problem, and that's being ordered, or as my understanding, it's in the system to be fixed. Next is moldy food in schools, specifically ESOMs. I've talked to students about this. They have received moldy food at an increased rate, I think, and I think that's an issue. I think that's just quality control that, it's a mistake, but I do think that it's a big problem, especially in ESOMs, it appears. I don't know who would respond to that, but.
Mr. Lamb? Go ahead.
I can address that with our food service department. I don't know what the issue is. Well, we'll need to look into what the cause is that's driving it. Certainly that's something that can be addressed.
Yeah, I could email you with specific instances. Next is security lines. Again, ESOMs. Security lines are reportedly lining outside of the school. This was last month when it was 19 degrees in the morning. So for reference, lines are going outside of the school in 19-degree weather for students that have to be checked before they can enter the school. Again, it's getting nicer out, but it's still around 30 degrees every morning, if that. I think that's something that could be addressed. I don't know specifically how, but I feel like schools need to be making room for students to be able to go into the school if they're waiting to get checked in, especially in this weather. That's just a general statement. Citywide meeting update. It's going great. I think we had 50 students. For people who don't know what Citywide Student Council is, it's a meeting of student council members from across New Haven meeting in one place. It's a great place. I've met a lot of great students there. I'm super proud of being able to help facilitate that. A specific thing that they were asking about is if Dr. Tracy or other people from the Board of Ed could come visit and talk to them, because they would love hearing from you and being heard. And I think that would be a great way to facilitate some leadership and also just show that they're being listened to. And they would deeply appreciate it, Dr. Tracy, if you could come visit.
Sure, actually.
That would be great. I could send a specific emails about that. Almost done with my list. Again, I apologize. Regarding Theresa Johnson, who spoke earlier, she asked 2 questions. One is, what happens in a fight? I am aware of the policies that teachers aren't allowed to break up fights, and neither are security guards. So I think it's a good time to ask, what does happen in a fight, in a physical altercation between 2 students? What is the protocol there? I don't know.
Does anyone have an answer for?
Okay, we're going to give an answer.
Mr. Fiore?
So first of all, it is not true that security is not allowed to break up fights. That's not true, because that's all of us. Administrators, teachers, everybody's allowed to intervene if there are serious fights going on. However, they also have to be careful, because we have instances where staff have gotten hurt, seriously hurt, and even to the point of being hospitalized, getting into fights. So we can't stand by and see kids really hurting each other and not doing some form of intervention. At the same time, being careful that you yourself don't get punched out in the fight. When two young people get into a fight, and so you know what that is like. So they also have to be protecting themselves. But security guards can get involved in fights in terms of trying to separate if they possibly can. And teachers oftentimes intervene in fights. And no, teachers do not get arrested for intervening in fights. It's a different ballgame. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I deeply appreciate that. Another question that was asked by her was, how do they collect the data for? I know Dr. Brown is absent now, but so maybe this is a question for a different time. But how do they collect the data for the vaccine rates? I personally am vaccinated, but I don't recall anyone asking me if I was vaccinated to collect data. So I am wondering how they do collect that data.
Mr. Fiore, Mr. Fiore, it is collected because wherever you get your vaccine done, it's uploaded to the CT Wiz system and VAN system. And so periodically, the systems check back to see what the vaccination rates are in each of our schools by matching the student roster to the health roster at the state to see what the vaccinations. That's how they've been getting it for the most part. Obviously, the only people we would miss is someone vaccinated out of state.
Yeah, got it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And finally, on the subject of what happened at co-op, I was talking to some teachers in my school about that. And we were talking about possibly, and I don't know if this is a thing already, so please forgive me if I'm wrong about this. But I was wondering if I could propose a committee to discuss or to like officially clarify when is it okay for a teacher to use the N-word, or if it's ever okay. And if that's already a committee, I do apologize. But I think if it's not, we should definitely be talking about that subject so that things like this never happen again in schools.
You mean a committee within the school, or it's not a board committee?
A board committee. Sorry for I didn't clarify. A board committee.
Okay. Sorry.
That would be something towards the teaching and learning committee.
Yeah.
If there was any place for to have the academic discussion around it, as well as either in one of our equity committees.
Got it. Yeah, because I really do feel like it seems to be happening all over the U.S. and I feel like clarification, although maybe it seems obvious to some people, I feel like clarification should be given so that, again, things like this won't happen again. And I think that concludes my report. Lashai, I'm sorry I took so long. It's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Fiore. Ms. Velasquez, is that something that you can discuss with Dr. Joyner when he returns?
Absolutely. We have an opportunity at the CIA, which is the Professional Development for High Schools, in March, where we actually started to talk about that as an academic team, how to address that specifically in English language arts. There's a lot of research and a lot of resources that we can share, so we're going to formalize that. But the plan is still being put together, so I'm happy to report back through Dr. Tracy.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Velasquez.
I do want to add real quick. I don't know if it's in place. Is it possible to get students on this committee or participate in this? Because I feel like a lot of students would feel very appreciated, or they would appreciate it a lot if they could give voice in this, especially in regards to our community like that.
Yeah, absolutely. We can find a way to do that. Wonderful. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Roman, hold on, Ms. Roman. Dr. Yarborough and then Dr. Tracy.
Yes, Mr. Fiore, just want to thank you for sharing your student report. I appreciate that it's long and just what you're naming. And I don't know about protocols, so I have to figure out that piece. But you mentioned about the 50 students who recently gathered for the citywide meeting of kind of student leaders across the district. if you would please include dates of future meetings, I can see what the protocol is for how the board can support, or me personally from the board to support and listen.
I would love that. Thank you so much. Students really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, I don't know what I can say anything, but I would be interested in definitely hearing and trying to understand more. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Tracy and then Mayor Elicker.
So just a matter of reminding board members that if there are questions that need to be asked, please remember, reach out to me or the board president, and we will get those questions answered in time. That's what we have been doing, so that we can also expedite our meetings. And many things need to be discussed publicly, but also reach out to us with any questions ahead of time so we can answer informatively.
Dr. Tracy. Okay, Ms. Roman. Oh, hold on, Mayor Elicker.
I just want to thank Mr. Ferry as well, and just say, you and I've been texting about this, but I too am happy to come by and talk with Citywide. Maybe Dr. Yarbrough and I could time it at the same time so we could both be there to listen.
Yeah, I'll definitely provide dates when when they're readily available.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready for you, Ms. Roman.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So you guys know I'm big on mental health, and recently at the Citywide Student Council meetings, Cross High School has expressed how like once a month on Wednesdays, they have a Wellness Wednesday. And I know that last year during when we were online, we had those for the high schools, and I would really love for us to be able to have those in the high schools again, because they are very beneficial. Basically what they do is during their homeroom, they get it's like for 40 minutes, they get like different activities and they choose where they want to go. And I feel like it's really helpful for students. And when I attended ESUMS, I don't attend there no more. Certain classes will give you like a Wednesday where you just do makeup work or where you have time for yourself. And I feel like at high schools, we should really have that. And then another thing I wanted to talk about was the like fights going on in school. What do you guys do when a student gets hurt because of like someone breaking it up? I'm not sure what happened at Career High School, but I did see on social media about an SRO assaulting the student. I'm not sure if any of it is true, but what do you guys do when stuff like that happens?
Go ahead, Dr. Tracy.
There you go.
Okay, so thank you. So Ms. Roman, there is a code of conduct that was passed by this fair board around how we handle situations in school. So within that code of conduct, there are different levels of what I would say incidences. So you have level 1, level 2, level 3, and even up to level 4. So it depends on where that falls. And then the administration of the school deals with that based on the level of the incident in their schools. And if it's something that merit expulsion, it goes to expulsion. If something merits suspension, it goes to suspension. If there's something that merits just a conversation in terms of restorative practices sessions, then that goes there. And even after something goes to level 4, there can still be restorative practice sessions with students after the fact. So I just want to say that that's what governs what we do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. I saw Dr. Benitez raise her hand and then put it down. Dr. Benitez, did you have a question or a comment?
Yes, I just wanted to say that it will be pertinent for all of us to get the dates of the student meetings. That way we can all be aware of when they're happening, and perhaps we can all at some point join so that students can meet us personally or have the opportunity for us to listen to them directly.
Thank you, Dr. Benitez. Mr. Wilcox?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, first, thanks to Ms. Roman and Mr. Fiore for their reports. Always greatly appreciate hearing them. And just wanted to say that, as you all probably know, the student election season is is getting going here for Mr. Fiore's position, as he will be graduating this year. And so that process is there. So I'm hoping there's some other great students that are taking a look at that, maybe from the citywide student government group. And we should be able to have more information on this, I think, at our next meeting, just as far as how the process is going and so on, since this is now jumping into the election season. So, and then also just a second thing is the upcoming, the next food service task force meeting, I believe, is next Wednesday on the 10th. And, you know, I'm certainly going to request to the committee chair that we talk about the moldy food issue, but also just to remind folks that that's a standing committee where we can deal with food issues, anything around food delivery, food quality, et cetera. And so I think that would be a great topic at an upcoming meeting, just to hear some of the issues there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fiore?
I just want to thank Mr. Wilcox for reminding me. Yes, we are reaching out with that, and we are doing some. We're having some talks with that with the students. I see some great candidates so far, and I actually think that it's going to be competitive election this year, which I'm very happy about. And also, I do want to say, even though I did mention the moldy food, I do want to just express my respect for the food committee and anyone that deals with feeding so many students. I didn't mean to imply it. If I did, I didn't mean to imply anything like that. I greatly respect feeding that many people. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Fiore. Okay, I don't see any raised hands. Dr. Tracy, Superintendent's report.
Thank you so much, Madam President Ackerman. Okay, he keeps the mic away from me, so thank you. I just want to say that in terms of my update, that we're pleased to see the number of positive cases going down in our schools. Although there was no school last week, the week before we only had 5, which was a good sign for us. I also want to highlight the Winter Fun Camp run by Gemma Joseph Lumpkin. She came to me and said, Doc, I have this thing in mind. We need to use these vacation times as intercession for students. We know we were challenged in getting staff to give up their vacation time to run winter camps for students, but she went through that. They had about 800 applicants, and we could only accept 200 because we did it at 2 sites. Now, because of the success of that, Ms. Lumpkin is also planning to have a spring intercession. That is the April vacation time, to also have that. And we're starting ahead of time. Pretty soon I'll bring to the board an MOU to actually increase the rate of pay for the staff that's working on their vacation time to support our students. So that will be coming in the next meeting. So I want to shout out to Gemma for raising that concern and for running a great camp. We had to cancel because it's snow day and Friday, which was supposed to be their field day. And the kids were looking forward to the field day, but the snow day canceled that out. Another thing I want to say, that in the report that's going to be given after Ms. Brantley gives her literacy update, it's discipline/grade update by Dr. Sherman. Discipline/grade update by Dr. Sherman. So we wanted to, at this time, in this juncture, we've had 2 full marking periods that have completed, and we want to share some information as to where does the data stand. And I know some people may be saying, what do we care about data? But we have to use data to show some of the things that's happening in our buildings right now. So this is the juncture at which we're sharing something around literacy and something around grades and discipline. So I will ask Ms. Lynn Brantley to.
Would you like me to share my screen so that you can see the slides that I sent forward, or do you want me to just speak to them? Share them? I see
you can share your screen.
Okay. So let me go ahead and share. So the first section of the information here is our winter, well, all the sections are winter assessments and their updates. I just wanted to review the two types of assessments we're speaking about. And I don't know if this is in your way. I'm trying to move this out of your way. I'm so sorry. So the two types of assessments we use formative assessments, which guide our daily work. And we use assessments in which we listen to students read, and then we listen for their point of difficulty and push in to teach and analyze where those areas are. We also have sections on fluency and comprehension. And then we have summative data, which is, of course, to measure the level of success or proficiency at the end of an instructional unit. Oh, so sorry, it went backwards. Kind of, I guess how I think, right, Dr. Tracy? So the very first slide you'll see is the formative assessments we use. And this is done in K1, 2, 3. Some schools do it farther up through 8. This was preliminary.
Could you spell out the acronyms for the purpose?
Sure. Benchmark assessment systems. And Dr. Yarborough and I this morning, I shared some documents for him to be able to, differentiate between these assessments. So if anyone else would like them, please let me know. This was preliminary data because I was asked to pull it Friday, and today's data looks a little bit different with more people completing their assessment. So within here is where, again, what I was saying, we listen to a student read, and then we make decisions about where they're struggling. And from those decisions, we push in and we plan our small groups, work one-on-one, et cetera, right? So you'll see right now where we stand, about 43% of the kids in kindergarten were at level, 32% in first, 38 in second, and 37 in third. The next set of data you see is the winter assessment that we use, which is summative in many ways. It could be used as formative also, but we use it as summative, and this is what we're asked to report to the state. You'll see some correlation between formative and summative, and some you won't. So you see in the PSF, you'll see more students in kindergarten in the past slide being able to work on level in a book that has a pattern text, right? And then this part is a fluency section where you're going to phonetically segment a word. You're going to get a word and you're going to have to break up the segments of the word, and you're timed within a minute. So you'll see a drop in percentage there. The oral reading fluency for first, second, and third is students read passages on their level and read within a minute. And we are just marking the fluency, your ability to fluently read that. This year, you'll see a closer alignment to the BOSS and the PSF. So first grade BOSS was 32%, you see 30%. Oral reading fluency is higher in second grade. The BOSS rather is higher than their fluency. And the third is higher on BOSS and fluency. So when you get into second and third grade, when you're doing an assessment where you're listening to a student read, like the formative assessment, there's also a part where you're having them write to a comprehension question and you're having them retell pieces of the story. There is only one section of that that's fluency. This that you're looking at is solely fluency, so can be the variance, right? It's only pulling one part of it out. Then we do a 3 through 10, we use a reading inventory. That reading inventory is telling us the text complexity that you are able to read. And text complexity has different facets, right? So right now we have 24% in third grade, 22, almost 23% in fourth. Fifth grade, we have 28 if you round up, 6, 30, 32, 38, 51, and 50, or 51 and 58. Historically, and I've looked at data for many years, right? The longer you stay with us in reading, the higher we're going to move you, which is a positive. Our work is to have you enter higher in third grade. So you see where we come in third grade at 24%, and we looked at the other two measures of a 30% or 28% in fluency and a 37 in just reading with a student and pushing in. So entry, if we can enter, which we need to work on, is entering our students higher. We have many years proving that we can move the numbers up as you stay with us, as we move through a rich curriculum. This is a very first year of this assessment. This is the Common Reading and Writing Assessment in 9th grade. And I want to point out, this is when we pulled it right before vacation. So when you look at these numbers, even on the dashboard, it'll state that there's not enough meeting, we haven't met the threshold of enough students in it. And so there are, various reasons why we don't have these students in it. We can talk about that if you have questions in the end. But right now, the average score on this, so this 9-10, students look at or review 2 pieces of text. One happens to be by Titus Kafur, which is an art piece, and one is a poetry piece. And then they're writing to a common question. And the common question was around, is it ever right to stand up and fight, right? And it's much more eloquently written than I just stated. And I don't have it written next to me, so I'm sorry. So the teachers then are looking at 2 portions of this, your ability to synthesize through those 2 texts and make an argument. And the 11th, 12th, they have 3 texts. They have to synthesize through same question. And again, the scores you see are a little better. 52% is the average score, and 50.8, almost 51% of the students participating in this were deemed proficient. So one last thought, right? So, and then open to questions. Data analysis, which someone sent me an article today as we're looking at the dashboards. It only works if we change our instruction. And we do this by pinpointing students' weaknesses, mistakes, gaps, and teach into a student's point of difficulty. If I'm listening to you read, and I was a first grade teacher for many years, and I sit next to you and I see where you stumble, then tomorrow I need to change what I do. I need to change the way I push in to move you into grow those strengths for you. Unfortunately, at this time, teachers will review and reteach a topic, but they don't necessarily use that expertise. And this, many years, but this year and a few years back, we started our work on small group and one-on-one teaching. And to me, that is where our movement will be, right? When we can change what we do from the data, not just look at numbers, but we listen to students, we change what we do, and we move that needle by the way we teach every day. So I can stop my share. I don't know if there's any questions on the review of data from literacy's perspective.
Dr. Benitez?
Good evening, Ms. Brantley. It's great to see you. Yes, of course, I'm always thinking we can do better, but I have to say that I am very pleased that your report on literacy included high school. That is something that I know you've been working on, and I congratulate you on that. I think it's important that we keep an eye not just on our emerging readers, but all the way to graduation. So thank you, and I hope that we continue to hear more about how it's going in all of the grade levels. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Benitez. Any other questions or discussion? Thank you, Ms. Brantley.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brantley. Let's move on to Dr. Michelle Sherman.
Good evening, everybody. I too am going to share my screen. And hopefully everyone is seeing the first slide now. I'll start with the discipline update. And as we often do, we'll look at the strategic plan just briefly, review our core values. We're about equitable opportunities, high expectations, a culture of continuous improvement. So looking at data and constantly striving to reflect on our practice, and collaboration and partnerships. And so I'll start with a very high, let's say the 10,000-foot view. How does this year compare to previous years? And for each of these years, we're looking at the period from the first day of school, which was August 30th, through the end of January, January 31st. And you'll notice that it looks like something is missing here. For last year, August 2020 to January 2021, as you'll recall, we were remote for the vast majority of that time. So for that year, we only had, up to this point, 3 out-of-school suspensions. So you'll notice there really is no red column in our graphs here. What we do see when we compare back to 1920 school year is that we've reduced in-school suspensions from 258 down to 56. Out-of-school suspensions were reduced from 907 to 755. In expulsions, we did not have any expulsions in either 2019-20 or 2021. This year, we do have 20 expulsions up to date. Oops. So as we kind of dive into the data a little bit, we often want to look at what's happening with various subgroups. And a question that we often have is there any subgroup that is being disproportionately represented? In this case, we're looking at students with English learner status, so students who are English learners compared to those who are not. And you'll notice that MLL is being used, multi-language learners, rather than just English language learners. And we also look at students' special education status, so whether or not a student has an IEP and is receiving special education services. And when we look at this, we want to compare to what's the incidence in the population in general. So when I'm looking at out-of-school suspensions, and I'm looking at, we have 13.5% of our students who are English learners with an out-of-school suspension. My question is this greater than the percentage that is in our population, or is it less than the percentage in the population? Based on the October 1 demographic data for the district, 19.4% of the population were classified as English learners. So this is less than what we see in the population. In terms of in-school suspensions, the percentage is a little bit less than 20%. It's about 18.5%. So this too is less than what we see in the population. And for students who were expelled, 2 of the 20 students were English learners, which is 10% of the population. When we look at students who have an IEP, we see a little bit different picture. The percentage of students with 1 or more out-of-school suspensions who have an IEP was 25.6%. When we look at their prevalence in the population, we have in New Haven, as of October 1st, 15.2% of the students had IEPs. So we're seeing that they make up a larger portion of the students receiving out-of-school suspensions than they do the general population. The same is true for in-school suspensions. That's at 22.2%. And the expulsions is at 15%, which is equivalent to their prevalence in the population. I'm going to dive a little bit into the expulsions, and you'll only be seeing this year's data here because we did not have any expulsions in the previous years. And when we look at it by race and or ethnicity, we see that our Hispanic students made up 25% of the expulsions, 5 out of the 20 expulsions. Hispanic students make up 48% of the population in the district, so that is not disproportionate. 14 out of the 20 expulsions were Black or African American students. So that's 70% of the expulsions, and that is twice what the percentage of the population is. The population is 35% Black or African American. There was 1 white student who was expelled, so that would be 5% of the students expelled, and the percentage of the population is just about 11%, so that is below the percentage in the population. When we do a similar analysis for the out-of-school suspensions this school year, we see that almost 37% of the students who had 1 or more out-of-school suspensions were Hispanic, again, below the population percentage of 48%. 54.4% were Black or African American. Again, this is disproportionate to the population of students in the district. 5.6% were white, which is below the 11% in the population. 2.2% were students with 2 or more races. This is a little bit below the 2.77% of the population. Less than 1% were Asian, which is less than the 2.8% in the population, and very much less than 1%, just over 0.3% were American Indian or Alaskan Native, and that is just slightly above the percent in the population of the district. So what types of incidents resulted in expulsions? And you can see here that we have several different types of incidents. These are all of the different types of incidents. So even if it was just one of the students, they're listed here. The numbers represent the number of students, not the number of incidences. For example, the students expelled for arson. It was not 4 separate incidences of arson. It was an incident that had 4 students involved. And you can see that these are some quite serious incidents that took place that resulted in expulsions. The students that were expelled, this shows how many in each school. You may notice that 17 of the expulsions were in our K-8 schools, or were from students in K-8 schools, and 3 were students in high schools. And there was a comparison here to 1920. It could have been left off because, as we saw on a previous slide, there were no expulsions in 1920 in the district. So this led to a question: if we're seeing so many of the expulsions, or the vast majority of the expulsions in the middle schools or in the K-8 schools, what grade levels were most impacted? And we see that it's the 7th and 8th grade. So those middle grade levels made up the bulk of the expulsions, with, of course, the highest being in 7th and 8th grade. And then if we look at what types of incidents resulted in the out-of-school suspensions, this is not the entire list. I cut it off at least 5 students with the same type of incident. But you can see that the vast majority of these incidents are ones still serious in nature. They're offenses that involve victims in many cases, fighting, physical altercations, assault and battery, those types of incidences. make up the vast majority, as well as some more serious disruptive behaviors, weapons. Of course, these would be much less serious weapons. Many things can be considered a weapon. It's not necessarily knives and guns only. Also did a comparison of the out-of-school suspensions for the K-8 schools. So you could see, again, and this is comparing back to 1920, since there were only 3 incidents in last school year. And a number of schools saw a decrease in out-of-school suspensions. In fact, 17 saw a decrease, and only 6 of the K-8 schools saw an increase in the number of students that had out-of-school suspensions. In some cases, just to point out a few, we see a dramatic decrease for King Robinson from 68 in 1920 down to only 9 through the end of January this year. Similarly for Beecher. And we do see some increases from Ross Woodward, for example, up to 74 this year from 42 previously. And we do have some schools where they only had 1 in 1920, and they have significantly more this year. Also compared the same type of data for the high schools. 4 of the high schools showed a decrease in the number of out-of-school suspensions, and 6 showed an increase. So, but we don't see as dramatic a difference with the high schools that we saw with some of the K-8 schools. Similar comparison for in-school suspension. One thing to notice here is that very few of the K-8 schools utilized in-school suspension as one of the options this year. And there could be, we haven't investigated the reasoning behind that. So only 7 schools used in-school suspensions this school year compared to 15 that used it in 1920 school year. And only 2 of those schools had no in-school suspensions in 1920. So we do see Fairhaven, for example, had 0 in-school suspensions, and this year they had 13. So this would lead to a question, well, why isn't in-school suspension being utilized more? And that would be something that we could investigate with the schools. And when we look at high schools, we see even fewer in-school suspensions this school year. You know, just looking at Wilbercross in 1920, they had 83, and they have 0 so far this year. So before I move on to the marking period and the grades, if there are any questions, I think it might be a good idea to take questions on the discipline data, if there are any, Madam Chair.
Dr. Benitez?
Yes. Are there some schools that are not listed in the report because they didn't have any suspensions, or is it because some reason? I couldn't find Martinez, for example.
Yes, so very observant, Dr. Benitez. Schools were not listed if they did not have any suspensions at all.
Thank you. The other question I have is I saw that one of the reasons why kids get suspended is if they're skipping school and if they are leaving campus. And I'm just for consideration, if they don't want to be in school and we send them home, how is that making sense? But that is just for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Benitez. Mr. Wilcox?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Sherman, for the presentation of the data. So I guess I have a couple questions. One is using that example of the not using the in-school suspension as much this year as in previous years. And you said that that's something that could be looked into. It's just a general question of how do you all use this data when you're reviewing this and take a look at this? Is this regularly reviewed, and where do these types of discussions go for district leadership?
So we actually do discuss data. We have, as part of, in fact, we're going to be having very soon a discussion in executive team using it as a district data team meeting. So we're going to be diving, I think, specifically into more of the grade data and some of the math and literacy data in the district data team, but certainly we have discussed discipline data at other times during district data team.
Okay. Another question that I have was, do you all collect the data on the length of the suspension? So the information presented here for out-of-school suspension was just whether or not somebody was suspended or not if they were suspended for 1 day, 5 days, 10 days, which I believe 10 days is the maximum suspension length for an out-of-school suspension. Is that data that you all collect as well?
Yes, so we do have that data that was not included here, but certainly on every single suspension or exclusion from class, it could, an in-school suspension could be for a half a day even, if a student is, for the rest of a school day in-school suspension and not in the regular classroom. So we can look at days. You are correct. More than a 10-day suspension would have to be an expulsion and would be determined by a hearing officer. So yes, the max is 10 days. But yes, we do have that information for all of them.
And is that something that you all also take a look at? And the reasons why I'm asking, does a suspension, is there a level of evenness across the district in terms of severity of punishment for a similar infraction? Or because I understand in some cases these are extremely serious infractions, but are you all looking to see if pick a topic? Dr. Benitez mentioned skipping school. Does skipping school rate a similar one, or is it completely dependent on the school?
So we haven't had that specific discussion yet, but I believe that's something that we probably should be looking at. Absolutely.
And may I say, sometimes the skipping school or skipping class may have led to something else. Why the administrators may have selected that as the means of discipline, because it's not just skipping school, but they use whatever is in that data bank to address what they're suspending for.
Right. I guess
I would, Ms. Wilcox, to further add to that, we also, as assistant superintendent supervising schools, we do level set to discuss what is the consequences. And then, but also at the school level, we still try to look at each case as an individual case of who the students were, who was impacted by it, and what happened, so that we don't use the code of conduct as a cookbook, but more as a guidance piece. So there is some level setting of certain things, like as we talked about the skipping school, it's actually more of a problem when someone lets the student back into the school, because now this is someone who hasn't been through security, and we're looking at a safety issue. And so we take those sorts of things into consideration when delivering consequences.
Mm-hmm. Another question that I have was related to the drop in suspensions in the K-8 schools. One criticism I've heard in the past is that, when numbers start to get looked at, then people start reporting the numbers or manipulate that. And I'm not suggesting at all that that's happening here, but just wondering about if you all have looked at the drop in the suspensions in those schools. Is it change in behavior? Is it change in practices that can be stretch throughout the district? Is the board looking at this type of stuff, make people hesitant to report accurate numbers? I'm just trying to get a sense of the why of a drop like that.
So we have not yet, as a district team, taken a deep dive into the data. For my purpose, I just wanted to share the information for the sake of transparency. This is information we have based on what we have in our system right now, in the data system, that I want to share out. Here it is, the raw data, here it is. And for the sake of transparency, because what was happening too, we were hearing on the other hand that the schools were not doing anything about students who have had issues in the school. So it was important to share, no, things are happening. And in as much as we do not want to see suspension of our students, because that's also a difficult thing for parents to have to address and deal with those things at home. But there are circumstances where we have to go to suspension or expulsion. So my piece in this, Matt, I just want to present, here's the raw data. The team and I, we have not had a chance of digging deeper into the whys as yet.
I understand, and I also understand that this is extremely complicated. And I've also heard from when I visited schools and talked to some principals and some teachers that this is an extremely difficult year for discipline issues. And so I understand it's very complicated. And I appreciate you all pulling together this data. My final one is a request that we board a year ago passed the code of conduct, the updated code of conduct, and it would be good to hear about the district implementation of that in a future meeting. I know it's to roll out something that had some major changes like that, and the greater emphasis on restorative practices is not going to happen in a month, in 6 months. It's going to take time to filter through a district this size. And there might be some problems along the way with it that because maybe the code doesn't meet the reality that's on the ground right now. So it'd be great if we could have in a future meeting an update on the trainings and the discussions and around the updated code of conduct and how we know that it's being used and looked at and is making an effect. I wonder, for instance, on the K-8 suspensions, is that happenstance or is that connected to a new code of conduct? So that's one of the reasons why I asked that. Thank you.
Good question, Mac. And Mac, good question, Mr. Wilcox. And let me say too that we were pleased. So we just had, I think just before the break, every single one of our principals presented what was happening. They did a SWOT analysis of their schools and they presented to us the things that were happening in their school, the successes, the challenges, the opportunities, and the threats, according to that analysis. And just about every single one of them spoke about practicing doing the restorative practice in their school. So it could be, if we dig deeper, that these have something to do with, in particular, what's happening at the elementary school levels.
Okay.
So, but I know all of them alluded to the code of conduct and the restorative practices that they were doing in their schools.
All right, thank you very much. One tiny little quibble with the presentation, Dr. Sherman, is in the future a sense of the total numbers of students in a particular school. So on the one chart, Wilbur Cross stands out, but that's our largest school with more than 1,600 students compared to Sound School, which has, I can't remember, less than 300. So just something that gives us a scale of the schools as a reminder for the numbers of students, so we can kind of get a sense of the percentage of the population. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Mayor Elicker?
Hi, everyone. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I had some similar questions in my mind to what Mr. Wilcox raised. I have a little bit of trouble making sense of some of the numbers because it seems like we should see trends across many schools that are similar, and some of the schools are just wildly different than others. And they're also wildly different from themselves. I mean, cross one year having a lot of, I think it was in-school suspensions, and then next year having none. I don't understand what's going on there. And I wonder, I just had two questions. One is, how much flexibility do, I presume it's principals, have in choosing what they do as far as in-school suspensions and expulsions?
So good question. First of all, what we have to look at, do they even have an in-school suspension worker? Because those are some challenges. Do some of these schools even have an in-school suspension room where they can send students to for a little reprieve for the teachers in terms of their behavior? So that is something we're going to look into, whether or not, which of the schools actually have an in-school suspension worker. German doesn't mind.
Yeah, it sounds like just a lot more analysis needs, and digging into the numbers needs to be done, which it sounds like you're very committed to doing. It would be great if you could circle back to us once you spend more time with the numbers and having some conversations with the school leadership to just get a better sense of what's going on. That's all I have.
Yeah, so as I say, this is just grabbing from our Power School system, what's reported in the Power School system. That's the data we're reporting.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor Alter. Dr. Benitez?
Just on the same line of the kinds of things that we need to know. I know that at some point we had done, this is years ago, Michelle, I know it's been a while, Dr. Sherman, but years ago, we used to do this thing of looking at resources and kind of lumping or comparing schools that have the same kind of resources. And that kind of information will help us see a truer picture. Also, I would like to see that the schools that don't have any suspensions and why. I mean, what's the difference? They presumably we are allowing all of our kids in all of our schools. We don't have well, we do have some neighborhood schools, but we have a population that is pretty much diverse everywhere. So it'd be interesting to know, you know, what happens in a building that there's no suspension. And maybe there are other things, other consequences. If they are using restorative practices, they might not be suspending, but those kids might be doing reparation to the community. And so it'd be very good for us to know, and for the public to know that indeed, besides suspensions, we are having students repair the environment that they disturbed.
Good point, Dr. Benitez. Ms. Simons.
Dr. Benitez, we started an analysis, an executive team, looking at the resources that we have, and I'm talking personnel at this time, and the schools. So we'll continue with that analysis to see where we have supports, and then to look at the actual disciplinary data to see if there's any connections to it. So thank you for highlighting that.
So I need to say, Dr. Benitez, that the school I was not mentioning here, Fame, which formerly called Columbus School, when you had it, had 0 suspension. And they've had that 0 suspension for the past several years, 0 suspension. We always ask, how could you not have any suspensions? And then the response was, because we have a family atmosphere here, and usually the parents work things out among themselves, et cetera, et cetera. So there's no suspension in those schools. I think we have John Martinez. When that data was set, they have about 2 suspensions now for the entire school year. So there's some schools where we're having no suspension. And those, when we had our principal presentation, those were some of the things they were sharing. And they said, how comes you have no suspension? So they were sharing some of the things that they were doing so that they end up having no suspension. But we also know that many of our students coming back 2 years away from almost 2 years of having no structure in terms of school structure, that it becomes difficult for many of our environments in dealing with some of the situations that they have. And Dr. Sherman, there's and no more questions on that part. We note the questions that were asked. Could you please move into the grade section through very quickly? Choose another area. We just want to share all these things, nothing hidden. Let's go ahead, Dr. Sherman.
Okay, so I will move into the marking period term grade update, and this is going to be a very high level look at it. I did not dive as deeply into this data as the discipline data, just to give you a sense of where we are. We certainly are going to be talking about this data in great depth at our data team meeting. So for the grade distribution, so we only looked at grades 5 through 8 and then the high schools, because these are the grades where they're fully utilizing PowerSchool to capture and the grades and to do the report cards. And to give you a sense here, what this is really representing are the number of grades. So out of all of the students in grades 5 through 8 who have typically probably about 8 classes where they're receiving grades for. So all of those grades put together. So it's not distinguishing between any subjects. So each student's probably getting 8, in some cases, maybe 10 grades that are being contributed here. We can see starting at we have marking period 1 and comparing to marking period 2. The very bottom would be the A's. The next band up are B's, the kind of gray color are C's, the gold D's. So you can see that well over 90% are passing grades because that dark blue on the top is P. There are some classes that are pass-fail. For example, health is a pass-fail class. So that a P is also passing. Very small area where you can't really see the color are incompletes or no grades or not yet readies. And then at the very, very tippity top are grades that were failing grades. So in marking period 1, that 877 represents just over 1.7% of all of the grades issued in grades 5 through 8. And in the second marking period, that 1,355 represents 2.7% of all of the grades issued for students in grades 5 through 8. If we look at, we often look at students passing with a C or better for marking period 1, and that's up to that gray part, but also including the dark blue. That's almost 94% for marking period 1, 93.6%. And for marking period 2, almost 92% of the students were passing with a C or better. Also looked at the distribution for the schools. It's really, this does represent all of the schools, the K-8 schools. Mostly just to illustrate that there's variation in the distribution of grades from school to school. We have some schools where there are absolutely no failing grades being given. And then I think the highest percentage of Fs was 4.38% at one of the schools. Very similar distributions for marking period 2. We do see an increase in, as we saw overall, an increase in the percentage of failing grades. We see more variation. We still have schools where none of the students' grades were Fs. And then we've increased up to a high of 8% in one of the schools. Looking at high schools, it gets a little bit more complicated, and I'll explain. Marking period 1 and marking period 2 are typically, if we have grades for each quarter, if we break up the year into 4 quarters, those are our marking periods. We have one high school, Metropolitan Business Academy, that instead of issuing grades 4 times a year, issues grades 3 times a year. So they have trimester grades, so they're represented with the T1. In a later slide, I will combine the M1 and the T1 together, since that would represent the first term for all of those schools. And what we do see is that in the high schools, we're seeing a larger percentage of grades that fall into the not passing or the failing. On marking period 1, it was 12% of all of the grades. For T1, it was 5.6%. And marking period 2, we do see an increase in the number of grades that were Fs, up to 17% of all of the grades. And our high school students typically have 8 classes that they're receiving grades for at a time. For the high schools, because students earn credit by subject area groupings, I kind of broke down all of the grades into the core areas. And again, this doesn't represent all of the different areas that they get grades, but our English language arts, mathematics, science, social studies, and world languages, just so that you could see the distribution of grades by subject. If we look at, again, the red represents the percentage of failing grades. We do see that it varies across the different subject areas, from a low of 11.1% in social studies to a high of 13.9% in mathematics. And we see a similar distribution for the second marking period. If you put the slides side by side, we would see that in all of the subject areas, we do have an increase in the percentage of failing grades across the board. And we have a decrease in the percentage of A's, with the exception of world language, that went slightly up in the percentage of A's. I also looked at the grade distribution across the high schools, and I want to bring your attention to high school in the community. They stick out here. You'll notice that it's in different colors. And the reason for that is they do not use the traditional grade scale that the traditional A through F grade scale that most of the high schools use. They are using standards, mastery-based standards grades. So they're represented by exceeding the standards. The MT is meeting the standards. The next one, DV, those are students that are developing the standards, and then the final group is not yet developed. So those are standard areas where they've not quite developed yet. So they're given multiple opportunities to show their development of the standards. The other thing to point out to you here is New Haven Academy. While they do report grades on a traditional grade scale, like the other schools, they are also mastery based, so they do not report Fs or failing grades. Their students receive not readies or no grades until they bring the grade up into where they've mastered enough to receive credit throughout the year. We do have passing rates that are quite variable, from a low of 67% to a high of 96%. And of these, five of the high schools had passing rates that exceeded 90% in the first marking period. The second marking period, you'll notice that New Haven Academy is not listed here. They do not put their marking period 2 grades into Power School, so they are not available to show here. And we do see an increase in the percentage of Fs and subsequently a decrease in the percentage of schools that have 90% or better passing rates. Only 2 of the high schools in marking period 2, ESMS and Sound, had passing rates that were above 90%. The others dropped below that. So there were, I think co-op is just slightly below the 90%. And I believe that is the last slide. So if anyone has questions, let me stop sharing so you can actually see each other.
Thank you, Dr. Sherman. Dr. Benitez?
Yes, Michelle, thank you very much. I really appreciate you putting the time in doing this. I am here thinking, how do we correlate these grades and what Ms. Brandley showed us earlier? We certainly don't have 90% of the kids reading at grade level. That doesn't mean that they cannot do the work. It actually gives credits to the teachers who are working really hard to make sure that students have access to the curriculum. But I'm wondering if that's something to consider, and perhaps see that however they are helping kids achieve these great grades might work for helping them read better. I don't know. I'm just, there's something there that your teachers have that might be worth exploring. And also the one question I have is, are we grading effort or mastery? And I know that that's something that is part of what we may need to work on as a district. But if we are grading effort, then of course we're going to see that big difference. But I don't know the answer to that. I don't need the answer right now, but if you can explore that a little bit, I would love to hear more about that.
Absolutely. I think that's, when we look at our mastery schools, we can definitely say that, high school in the community, they're really looking at mastery. And the fact that we still have, they probably had some of the biggest increases in their graduation rates. That says a lot about the work that they're doing at HSC in bringing their students to mastery.
Thank you, Dr. Benitez and Dr. Sherman. Mr. Wilcox?
Yes, thank you for this part of this presentation. I have a question. I guess it's somewhat similar to on the disciplinary data. Mm-hmm. And that is, do you all, what do you all do with this kind of top level view of the data? I wonder about things like, do you look at the differences between the school? Do you correlate this to some of the other metrics that you have, like Dr. Benitez was talking about in relation to literacy, some of those tests and so on, just to get a sense of, evenness across the district? Does an A at one school equal an A at another, that kind of thing?
I think that's some of the work that we're going to be doing in the district data team, because those are the questions that we do have. What does it really mean to earn an A? Is it different at one school than another school? Absolutely. Those are the big questions.
Yeah. Thank you. That's my only question at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Dr. Yarborough?
Thank you. Thank you for both of the presentations. I really do appreciate seeing the data, and I'm still processing it and still have questions. And just thinking about all that I've heard around, heard from our students and also just seeing about kind of what it takes to show up and go to school. I see numbers, and I also recognize the numbers represent students and families and households. And so part of me is very appreciative. Part of me is very looking forward to students receiving the support they need, and seeing students work to walk into the future that they would like. And part of me is, or all of me is also very appreciative for the students who come and show up and are getting those A's and B's and working through those C's, and just knowing that while I'm here looking at a snapshot, I recognize there's a larger story around what it took to get all of that. And for a person who has excelled in certain subjects and certainly struggled in certain subjects, you know, I recognize that me having an A in one class doesn't make me an A person, and me having an F in one class doesn't make me an F person, or failure, so to speak. So don't want to speak to the data, but just want to acknowledge the students and the families that are here, and recognizing that it's a journey. And I look forward to our students graduating prepared and encouraged about their future. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yarborough.
And just to say that we need to understand too that schools at their levels also dive into their own school level data to see what is going on. The central office, we're getting like an elevator view, a broad view of what is happening. The schools spend time diving into their data and matching things up to students. And of course, the teachers assign grades to the students. Some use rubrics, some use just to share numbers, whatever they use to put into those grades that students have as grades. So you will see that the grades vary across the district. So an A in one place may not be an A in another place, depending on what the criteria was used for determining the grade. But we do have a grading system with A through F overall as standard grading system. And one of the things we're going to be looking into is grading policy across the district, which is going to take some time to work with teachers and administrators to look carefully on what the grading policies are. And because I, for one, as a former, I'm still a teacher. So what we used to use under the IB school umbrella that we had was more around rubrics and using numbers, and these numbers, 1 through 4, scale of 1 through 4 means something. We had done away with the A, B, C, D type of things, and move into more where you have a lot more narrative information on students and understanding. So it's more communication around what you need, how you need to improve, just similar to what New Haven Academy and HSC and some other schools are doing around mastery-based learning. So that is a presentation of the data. There's a lot more involved. There's a lot more data, but this is what the next time we meet Mr. Matthews, Ken Matthews, who was not able to make it tonight, will be presented something around the mathematics data. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy and staff.
And I need to say, Madam,
go ahead.
I forgot to mention specifically Pat DeMeo, who is retiring at the end of the school year. Pat has served our board, especially the F&O committee, for a long time, getting all the information together, looking at all our contracts and our agreements to make sure that we have things set for the board. And so Pat will be leaving at the end of the school year. It'll be a hard shoes to fill. I know Matt is crying. Let's move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. Thank you. He's already rubbing his forehead. Thank you, Dr. Tracy. We'll move on to the president's report. I thought that I was going to remind you all that we have our first session of the board retreat tomorrow, but I was informed as I logged on to the meeting that the retreat was not posted. And it needs to be posted to our website and to the city posting. And so we're not able to have the board retreat tomorrow. So we'll have to reschedule the date for tomorrow. However, we still have the second session, which might be the first session, who knows, on March 16th with Attorney Mooney. So that date is still happening. I'll have to let you know when the first presenter is available again to do the first part of the retreat. So more to come on that. Dr. Tracy, did you have anything? Oh, I thought I saw your hands go up.
No.
Okay. Head Start report, Mr. Wilcox.
All right, thank you very much. I'll be brief. The minutes of our meeting are posted in the appropriate place for meeting minutes, but I will highlight a couple things. One thing is the staff is busily working on setting up the grant application so we can continue to have Head Start. We continue to have spaces in Head Start. So tell your friends. Couple bits of great news. One is, as you all probably know, Head Start has not only does the board act as the governing group for a Head Start program, but there's a policy council which is made up of parents, and there is the staff have done a great job, and our previous head of the policy council, Mr. Eddie Blue, have also done a great job of encouraging people to be involved, and we have some people stepping up into leadership positions, and so things seem to be going really well as far as that goes. And then the other thing I wanted to mention was the health clinic at the Mayo School. Things are in a lot of motion there. They're going to soon be seeing some patients there. Equipment's coming in. Things are getting set up. So that will also help us with all the required health screenings that Head Start has for those programs, as well as being a great resource for the parents there. So that's the Head Start report. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Any questions or comments? Okay.
All right.
Citywide.
Citywide, I have no report because we haven't met since our last meeting, but the next meeting is on Thursday, March 10th. So I'll just move on into the finance and operations report, if I may. And the minutes were included in the board packet. They're also posted to the website. I wanted to mention a couple different things. One, a big update that I want to make sure everybody knows about is, as you all probably know, the district needs to have some public presentations of the school budget proposal for next year. These are scheduled, and I believe there is one this Thursday at 5:30. It's a virtual meeting. Information, I believe, is posted on the website, top level of our website. And then there's also one next Tuesday, also at 5:30, virtual meeting. This is a chance for the public to see the budget presentation and to ask questions related to it. So please tell your friends if they care about the very large amounts that are needed for the school budget and they want to hear more about where all that goes to and the challenges we're facing, please tune into those. And the other thing I wanted to mention is work on the budget is still continuing. And then also, as you have in the financial report, is included in the board packet. It's also posted on the F&O website, and in the meeting materials for this site we're reporting right now a $4.9 million deficit for this year, and the district staff are working towards trying to fight with the state about reallocating some of the funds, or pushing back on some denials for using some of our grant funding for some of these things. But so that work is going to continue on, but that's where things are, or where it was reported things were. So.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Wilcox. Any questions or discussion, comments from Mr. Wilcox? No. Okay, governance report, Dr. Benitez.
Yes, we continue to work with updating policies. Ms. Jackson, as you all know, is coordinating the update of policies on the website, those that have been approved previously. We also talked about process and the constituency engagement in finalizing policies. Very important, the group thought that the process to update policies includes giving voice to all different constituent groups. And we mentioned parents, students, and staff, different types of staff. Also, we talked about the manual that we are purchasing from CAPE and how that's going to be utilized. And what we would want is for people to, the committees, to take a look at what is proposed and identify any edits that they may have in relation to our own reality and our own district. And we also are in the process of creating a timeline to support that process. We also talked about how important it is for us to update some of the work that we are doing with Homebound. And Ms. Jackson has identified a person who will be spearheading that. But some of the concerns that she raised are curriculum issues that might be taken care of with some new initiatives like credit recovery opportunities. But it's something that she wants to work a little bit further with her staff and the academic team. Also, we talked about the reentry process for students and how important it is to come up with a process that is delineated, but also that the school teams understand and that they know how to implement when students come back. We heard from our parent, Ms. Wilcox, who mentioned, a lot of the difficulties are on reentry. So Ms. Joseph Lumpkin has taken charge of working on that and should be letting us know how that will take place. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Benitez. Questions or comments for Dr. Benitez? No. Okay, food service task group report, Dr. Yarbrough.
Thank you. The food service task force hasn't met since our last meeting. We meet next week. Just a couple of updates. One, the updated food service food allergy plan has been posted to the school website. And our collaborators, the school and community partners to close the food gap, were able during this past week of school vacation, the February break, to share hundreds of bags of groceries with families. The team will meet to debrief these efforts. So team, thank you for serving our families. That's all.
Thank you, Dr. Yarbrough. Any questions or comments for Dr. Yarbrough? Okay. Then with that, I will move that we go into executive session pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes 12006A regarding discussion concerning mid-year performance and evaluation of public officer or employee, Dr. Eileen Tracy, Superintendent. And I'll ask that Dr. Tracy and Attorney Alexiadis join us. an executive session. You received an email with the link from Ms. Keisha Redhans. You have to leave this meeting and go into the executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
We have to vote. Yes, thank you. Any discussion? Mr. Wilcox?
Yeah, my question was, were we going to have a time for the board to discuss this ourselves before we invite Dr. Tracy in, or what?
Yeah, we should do that before. So we can call Dr. Tracy in. I can call her on my cell phone. So Attorney Alexiadis will join us from the start, and then Dr. Tracy will call you in after. Any other discussion? Okay. So we'll vote to go into executive session. Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Dr. Benitez,
Yes.
Dr. Yarborough.
Yes.
Students are gone. Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
and I am a yes as well. So we'll see you in executive session. Oh, yeah, that's it. I'm counting and I'm like, wait, there's two missing. Okay, so we are out of executive session, and in regular session, no votes or decisions were made on executive session. We had a good conversation, but no votes were taken. Before we adjourn, though, I would like to, I guess, have a moment of silence for the individuals suffering in the Ukraine. Thank you. Mayor Elicker, did you want to say anything around that?
I think a lot of people have been watching the news recently, and I've been almost obsessively watching things because it's so disturbing what's going on. And it's a moment to reflect on how fortunate we are, and also to talk about what we can do to help other people that are struggling across the sea. So I appreciate you taking a moment to reflect on it with everyone.
Thank you, Mayor Elicker. And with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Dr. Benitez,
Yes.
Dr. Yarborough,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
and I'm a yes as well.